And I'm totally dominating you right now.
Sir.
Totally dominating.
Sir, let's step aside.
I'm not.
This guy is threatening my family, threatened my children, threatened my children. Oh, my children.
Yeah, and then there we get that right there. And if that said is true, then yeah, this guy should not be in the Capitol building. He should not be anywhere near Congress. He should be nowhere near a light. He should be behind bars if that is the case, because that is just disgusting behavior. And Fanon right here, clearly this guy is a complete agitator. He is trying to get a reaction, and it is just despicable. But there's a few more angles here where you can hear things a little better, see the angles a little better, so we're going to take a look at those as well, like this one right here, which is a bit of a wider angle, and as we can see, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. This is our guy Baldy right here.
Why are you so fast? Absolutely. Look behind you.
Excuse me.
Why should I?
Excuse me. No, not this guy. Not this guy. Not.
You can even hear people in the background there. It's a little difficult to hear, but they say, "Oh, not this guy. Not this guy." Like, everyone knows that this tool right here is just a complete agitating piece of shit loser moron. Like, even people recording from a distance go, "Oh, not this guy. Not this guy." Like, everyone just knows. He walks in the building, everyone can just smell him walk in, because he's such a despicable person, and everyone just heads crank over to him as he's just seemingly the worst. And yeah, there he is right here. But let's get another angle right here, a little bit farther away. You can kind of see their exchange play out a little bit more. And yeah, this right here is saying a lot. Look at him here too. Look at this too. He's just holding his phone down here, he's trying so hard to get a clip out of this. He's trying so hard to make this a moment, to make this a viral moment where he looks like, I'm just the guy in a suit who shows up to Congress and is very polite, and this guy's a rabid, woke, leftist, crazy loon who attacked me. It's like, everyone knows what you're doing. It is so unbelievably apparent. This guy clearly has a bone to pick with the government and the Capitol, the way that January 6th was handled. And this guy, who's a January 6th denier, who has threatened this guy's family, is now going into Congress where this guy is sitting at the Jack Smith testimony, and he is clearly just trying to make a viral moment for himself, get his 5 seconds of fame, get his moment in the spotlight for being an asshole, I guess, for just being like, look at this. Like, he's trying to clip it. He's trying to farm it, he's trying to clip it, and trying to look like the sane person in the situation, when clearly he looks like the absolute moron that he is. But I think that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much for sticking around to the end. Really appreciate it. If you like what you saw, be sure to leave a like down below, subscribe, comment, all the good stuff. We'd really appreciate it. All right, I'm Yago Lashua. Have a good day.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And we just got a pretty serious, in my opinion, kinda dark and gloomy update regarding the Elder Scrolls 6 that I'd like to talk about for a bit. Now, while I think I can fairly be described as a Bethesda YouTuber, I don't really do news or current events. There are people who are much better at that kind of thing than me, and I got some other projects currently in the pipeline right now that I'm focused on. This is something of a one-off, just because I think it's really important, and I think my familiarity with Elder Scrolls lore and the exact people behind it can give this story a bit more context that may not be communicated elsewhere. Okay, so what am I talking about? Well, 2 days ago, at the time of working on this video, Samuel Horty, a freelance journalist working on behalf of PC Gamer, published a brief feature interview with Kurt Coleman, a former writer, programmer, and designer at Bethesda Game Studios, who had been with the company for almost as long as Todd and served as one of Skyrim's co-lead designers before ultimately resigning from the company just a week or so after Starfield's release in late 2023. There are all these interviews and podcasts with former Bethesda employees you can find online these days, but Coleman is the highest up and possibly most impactful person at the company to have done something like this, in my opinion. He joined back in 1996, almost 30 years ago, where he was a junior designer on the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall. After Daggerfall, he and Michael Kirkbride, a fellow writer and designer, pitched the idea for what would become the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard, and together the two were the game's co-lead designers and writers, alongside Todd Howard. There were some particularly big contributions made to the lore at this time by Kirkbride and Coleman that we can get into later. During Redguard's development, he also did much of the early narrative design work for Morrowind, but left the company in 1998 before the game released. Kurt returned to Bethesda in 2003 as a writer and programmer for Oblivion, where he worked on the main questline and later was the lead for some of its DLC. Finally, in his most famous position, Coleman was co-lead designer for Skyrim alongside Bruce Nesmith. He also did a great deal of quest writing and programming for the title. In some sense, with Todd as director, you could say he was the number 3 guy on this project, certainly one of the figures most responsible for the game's development. Kurt has of course also worked a great deal on the Fallout franchise as a writer and quest designer for Fallouts 3 and 4, though it's clear Elder Scrolls has really been his favorite series of projects. He was a systems designer on 76 following the release of 4, and at long last he concluded his tenure at Bethesda after being the lead systems designer for Starfield. I say all of this just to give you guys a sense of this person's position and significance within the company. We're not talking about a lighting artist or a junior programmer, not to say those people don't do important work, but this is someone who was intimately involved in Elder Scrolls lore, making some of the biggest and I think some of the best decisions in the universe's cosmology and story. At the time of his departure, a lot of sources described him as the Elder Scrolls lore master. Anyway, I've gotten a little off track. So, PC Gamer publishes this short, what I'll call a feature interview with him on January 15th. It's kind of weird. It's not a full interview. It's more like a series of quotations surrounded by context. My feeling is that the magazine did a long, formal interview with him, and now they're breaking it up into pieces to trickle out. Whatever the case, Coleman spoke pretty candidly, if briefly here, about his vision for what the Elder Scrolls 6 ought to have been like, and how some decisions around the game's production appear to have resulted in his resignation. The article opens with the alumni describing his frustration with the company's changing culture as it's grown since Skyrim. Quote, "In the early days, it was a close group of developers, including Todd Howard, in a basement office making decisions and eating in the canteen together," he says. But new offices opened, and other studios were folded in by owners in Max Media, including Battlecry Studios and Escalation Studios, both in 2018. ZeniMax was itself bought by Microsoft in 2021. By the time Starfield shipped in 2023, quote, "It's 4 remote studios all working together on a game," Coleman says. When you get to that size, you can't have people just popping into Todd Howard's office to chat about a design point. He's not having lunch with everybody. It's very different when it's 400 people, 4 studios, big business, and now Microsoft is involved. He goes on to largely affirm what many former Bethesda devs who left after Starfield have since stated. The studio's massive size and new layers of bureaucracy introduced by the acquisition have led to frequent breakdowns in communication with cascading results for development. He goes on to say that Todd Howard's increasingly large workload has been a particularly serious loss for the quality of the company's work. Quote, "Todd's a very good project lead, and fundamentally, I think he's a designer at heart. And he's good at it, obviously, if you look back at the games. But over time, as he got busier and every part of this larger and larger organization wanted him to do stuff for their project, he would get pulled away." Unquote. Howard made good decisions, Coleman says. So when he wasn't around, games suffered. Sometimes choices made in Howard's absence needed undoing later. Another point our interviewee brings up is that throughout much of his career, even when acting as a co-lead designer, Coleman was constantly able to get his hands dirty in a lot of the development work. He would write and script quests, move things around in the creation kit, but as the company grew and grew, there just wasn't the time for that. Lead designers were doing so much managerial work that they lost touch with what was actually going on the development end. Quote, "I didn't want to work that way because I like making games and being hands-on," he says. "It had gotten to a scale beyond where I was really enjoying working in that environment." Now, here's where things really started to catch my eye. Coleman states that following the release of Skyrim, Todd Howard had promised him that he would be the lead designer for the Elder Scrolls 6. A huge position. It would essentially make him the game's number 2 guy, second only to Todd himself, who's increasingly busy with other stuff and would likely be somewhat deferential. Not only that, but Coleman suggests that work on the Elder Scrolls 6 was supposed to begin in earnest, at least as far as he originally believed, immediately following Fallout 4's release. But for whatever reason, the company decided to pivot, first to development on Fallout 76, and then later Starfield. Coleman had waited around for this promised role for all this time, tolerating detour after detour, and by the time the company was finally ready to start work on the next Elder Scrolls, he claims that Todd did not keep his promise, and he was asked to accept a different position. Quote, Coleman states that after Skyrim, Howard verbally promised him the lead design role on the Elder Scrolls 6, which was supposed to be the next project after Fallout 4. Now we're quoting him verbatim. Of course, after Fallout 4, we didn't go to TES 6. We made Fallout 76. And then, even then, we didn't make TES 6. We made Starfield, which had become this extremely long project compared to the other ones. So, from my point of view, I've been waiting like 11 years to be the lead on TES 6, he says. I was obviously one of the old-timers there and had a lot of experience. Bruce and I had been co-leads on Skyrim. I think most people would call it a successful project, so I thought that it wasn't unreasonable for me to think that I could be a successful lead on TES 6. It wasn't just my expectation, I had been told that was going to happen. And they made the decision, no, you're not going to be the lead. The article continues, he remembers that being a tough conversation, and that Bethesda's leadership hoped he'd be happy with a different position. Todd said, well, we want you to have an important role on the project, but what I wanted and what he wanted were different at that point. Unquote.
I'm gonna put him back, and I'm gonna do some work on spec. So right now, I'm gonna take a look at my Mistweaver spec. And I want to respec. Towns. I want you to come back to 0. Come back to 0. Completely back to 0. I want my own spec. Soothing Mist, we like that. Paralysis, we like that. We use it. Rising Sun Kick, I like that. I use that. I want to do down the chart towards Fist Weaving first. Detox, Ancient Arts, I don't think I need that one. Oh, maybe I do. I don't know. Tiger's Lust, Bounding Agility, Grace of the Crane, okay, Elusive Miss. Okay, Enveloping Mist. Oh, okay, I want that. That's a fist weaving thing and I like it more. Well, no enemies, but I don't like that one. Paralysis now removes a rage from his target. I don't need that one either. Why can't I buy that? Is something attacking me? I don't understand. That was everything I have. It like read it down the chart, but no, this is not everything I want. No, we'll lose this one. I'll lose that one. I'm not going to get to Still Step Coil, am I? No, but I want that one, and I can't for some reason. Maybe I need to connect. Why no gray? Yeah, gray. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. So that's why? Okay. I need that ability more than anything else. I wish I had Still Step Coil. No, I don't really need Iron Shell Brew. Fortifying Brew has to keep me alive, yeah. Song of Chi-Ji. No, that's no good. And I have 1 point left. I wish I had Still Step Coil. I really do. I really do. Yeah, Yulon's Grace is actually really good. Shiloon's gift. What is that? Oh yeah, so Thunder Focus T is like I can like it gives me like no matter what I can cast. I want Dance of the Wind. So it's better. Here's the spec that I actually want. The other spec is fine. See, I need to be able to stop. I need to be able to rest my emotion when I'm falling. Oh, I'm in the wrong spec though. Sit up. Sore. Oh yeah. Oh, I have a pair of pants I still haven't put on. Oh. Yeah, that piece. Oh, I like this piece though. Yeah, it fits the ensemble perfectly nice. No, wait. God, the music's good. Oh, I can get a better FOV. Oh, I can. I can get a better FOV. I didn't realize. Oh, that's much better. Nice. This is the smallest this goes. Yeah. No, it's still too big. Oh, I can show the cast time. Good. Quite fun on my big screen. Oh, there's a healing spear? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Gonna play some Starfield now. Nah.
Kurt Coleman, someone who I think can fairly be called one of the founding fathers of the Elder Scrolls franchise, perhaps the person most involved in the universe's lore and cosmology, at least by this point, is essentially describing an enormous rug pull and something of a betrayal. He doesn't explicitly say it, but this seems to be why he resigned from the company after Starfield, and it's hard to blame him. Now, this isn't the end of the interview. Again, Coleman does go on to talk about his ideas for Elder Scrolls 6 lore that, I suppose now, are unlikely to be implemented, but before we get to that, there's some more implicit information these quotes convey that I want to hone in on. Remember how back in 2018, when Bethesda announced Fallout 76, they also had that really short video essentially promising that they were working on the Elder Scrolls 6 and it was coming. Well, Coleman's interview pretty conclusively suggests that the game didn't even have a lead designer or likely any major staff members picked out, let alone working on it, until around the time he resigns in 2023. Maybe a bit earlier? My guess is that Bethesda's leadership informed Kurt they would not be keeping their word sometime during, probably late in the development of Starfield, and he decided just to finish his work on that game and depart as soon as it finished, which adds up. Coleman formally leaves the studio just a week after Starfield's release. He had certainly made up his mind before then. What this likely means for TES 6's development is that the company really didn't begin meaningful work on the title until late 2023, early 2024. Back in August of 23, IGN reported Pete Hines, then Bethesda's senior vice president of marketing, went on the record and claimed that the game had just entered early development. And boy, must he have been telling the truth if the company was barely setting up who the game's leads would be. In fairness to Todd Howard and BGS, Coleman's only one side of the story, and we really don't know their reasons for this rug pull as it's described, or if it really went down like that. You know, I've watched dozens of hours of interviews with former Bethesda devs, and I've frankly never seen any of them speak openly like this negatively of their experience. It's clear a great many of the people who have since left the company are frustrated with what's happened to the workplace culture, the communication breakdowns and whatnot. There's probably some selection bias here. You know, if you leave the company, chances are you have grievances, but they always word it in very polite, very moderated ways where they focus on the positives and really keep their criticisms to the periphery. Coleman, in no uncertain terms, just says that a big promise was broken and that's why he left. Maybe there's more to the story here. I can say, given that he was offered a different position, it seems highly unlikely that the matter was disciplinary or anything like that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they got Hideo Kojima or something. It's also likely that the author of this article is picking out the biggest pieces of intrigue he can get. Very likely that Coleman had many more nice things to say about the company that were excluded from this feature for editorial reasons. Hopefully, we'll get a follow-up with more information. Thankfully, the interview doesn't end here. Coleman goes on to briefly lay down his vision for what the Elder Scrolls 6 ought to have been. Quote, he even knows what he would have done with the game's story, or at least what he would have liked to do. I had in mind that TES 6 was going to be like The Empire Strikes Back, he says. The Thalmor, the elven supremacists who were peripheral in Skyrim's story and ultimately wanted to control all of Tamriel, would be the bad guys who come out on top, setting up the Elder Scrolls 7. The feature continues, he saw evil triumphing as a welcome alternative to the Chosen One idea Bethesda often relied on. The player might have secretly saved the day at the end of TES 6, he says, for example, by protecting an heir to the throne, so you've preserved hope for the future, but overall, it looks like the Thalmor are on the march. Unquote. There you have it, Kurt Coleman, an Elder Scrolls founding father and, at least at one point, the promised lead designer for the Elder Scrolls 6, laying out his vision for what he would have liked it to look like. Now, I really want to dive into the statement, its implications, and how some other Bethesda developers have lent credence to Coleman's ideas in their own interviews, but first, let's wrap this article up. He ultimately doesn't think Bethesda would allow an Elder Scrolls game with a bad ending. And with the pace of its releases, a cliffhanger is completely unfeasible, he says. That's not a good way to end a game and say, yeah, we'll see you in 10, 15 years, unquote. The interview finally concludes with a final quote by Coleman explaining that he doesn't even know where in Tamriel the game will be set, joking that his friends who are working on it can't tell him. Bit of a side note here, but assuming he's telling the truth and really doesn't know where the game is set, which I don't believe, I think he's being sarcastic, it would imply that the company hadn't even settled on a setting by the time he left in 2023. An especially grim omen for those of us who have been hoping for a sooner rather than later release.
I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Back to Coleman's idea. A Thalmor victory with perhaps a small undercurrent of hope for the future in the background. On a personal level, I think this is a great idea. Something that ends with an actual defeat would restore a lot to the stakes of the universe and the way they tell stories. It would also let the company evade tough questions about the resolution of Skyrim's civil war. Oh, that? What does that matter? The Empire's in chaos, the legions are smashed, the elves are taking control one way or another. Whether Kurt imagines a somewhat linear, unchangeable central narrative like Skyrim, where Alduin is defeated no matter what, or if some degree of player agency in determining a side is allowed, isn't obvious. Clearly, these were ideas he had in his head, which, sadly, may never be realized. Fellow Bethesda alum and Coleman's co-lead designer and writer on Redguard, Michael Kirkbride, has actually suggested something similar to Coleman's vision. Kirkbride, like his friend, worked on Redguard, did some pre-production work on Morrowind, some contract work for Oblivion, and later temporarily rejoined the company to work on Oblivion DLC under Coleman. It's very clear that the two are close friends, they've got something of a bromance going, and it's easy to imagine the pair staying up late on a long night, bouncing ideas back and forth between each other. I talked about this in my Eye of Magnus video recently, but Michael has literally dedicated short stories to Kurt, and while he left after Oblivion, before Skyrim, the two seem to have remained on good terms. One could even envision a world where, if Coleman had gotten his promised lead design gig, his old friend may have had a part to play on the game. I'm kind of riffing here, I'm just putting this together in my head right now, but while Michael Kirkbride is not listed anywhere in Skyrim's credits, he does claim to have been involved in a few conversations about the game's narrative and its systems that would have been difficult to credit. I would not at all be surprised if those early conversations were with the game's co-lead designer, Kurt Coleman. Anyway, while he hasn't formally worked for the company in an official capacity since the Oblivion days, Kirkbride has been a uniquely active contributor in the community, regularly writing little unlicensed short stories, which are technically just fan fiction, and frequently popping into lore discussion threads on forums, even hosting little lore AMAs. One such AMA went down in November of 2013, 2 years after the release of Skyrim, where one user asked the following question, quote, "Would you care to offer some insight on what a more accurate aspiration for the Thalmor's realization of their goals would be, insomuch as it's even possible to write in a sufficiently concise and cryptic manner for an organization that operates on bureaucratically saturated information overload in more or less everything they do?" Kirkbride's response was, "The Thalmor is easily the most dangerous organization in the Orbis, more so than Talos. They cannot be understood. They are the other, and they hate everything that even smells like mortality. And they're going to win in the end."
Okay.
Unquote. Now, Kirkbride is somewhat
Starfield
famous for
time.
cryptic, undetailed, rambling responses that fail to dive deep into the meaning of questions, and this is no exception to that rule. He just promises an inevitable Thalmor victory, something that I've always written off, but now, put into the context of Coleman's own statement for his vision, you have to wonder if maybe he was citing earlier conversations with the man.
This video is boring me now. It's like all conjecture and I don't care.
We're not going to vote our way out of this. You know, ICE, they're not even talking about abolish ICE within the National Democrats. You can't get none of them to speak about it. Where's Ro Khanna right now?
Where's AOC? Because AOC ran on abolishing ICE in her platform.
Well, I knew where AOC was when she approved for more oil pipeline, where she originally started at Standing Rock. So did Ilhan Omar, who started at Standing Rock. Corey Bush, and a few others who 10 years ago this year were out at Standing Rock helping out. Where are they? You know, we are at the 10-year mark for Standing Rock, and nothing's changed. We've gone further down into the collapse.
Joey, welcome back to the channel.
Ani bonjour, me back, Jane. It's been, you know, a couple months since I've been back, and in the past couple months, you know, the resistance is flaring up in Minnesota, and we are pushing back, as everyone has seen. Right, we've seen this before. I want to echo back to, like, my ancestors as members, and we need to come together
Hi, kitty.
of injustices and push back against
Good kitty.
we're seeing that in Minnesota, and I'm excited to see what the future brings us.
Yeah. So there has been some arrests that have been made by ICE. Arrest, it sounds kind of sanitized. I'm sorry. There's been some detaining, some kidnapping by ICE. And I want to share this because I think that it's very appropriate, especially in regards to what is going on. There was another Native American activist that actually is talking about Native Americans that are being kidnapped by ICE. I want to get into this, and then if you need me to pause, if you want to respond to something, please feel free. But I want to share this as well, and then I want to get your thoughts about what's going on the ground.
So these are 5 Oglala Sioux tribal council members. And they have there was 4 tribal members who were picked up by ICE in a community called Little Earth right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And one of them has been released, but they couldn't locate the other 3. So council members here who are all elected officials of the Oglala Sioux tribe. They gained access to the facility and they couldn't find their 3 tribal members. They claim that they're not classifying them by their nationality, which tribal members are also citizens of the United States since 1924. You know, there's nobody more American than American Indians, but they were unable to find them here today, and so they're going to continue on. They got some contact information. They love the fact that you're here, that everybody's here, and they're going to be giving out tribal IDs to their tribal members who are in Minneapolis, St. Paul, at the American Indian Center down on Franklin Avenue. But I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here. Stay vigilant and stay assertive, stay constructive. We're in unprecedented time, the way that I see it. So.
Just your initial thoughts, especially in regards to people who are of Native American descent that are being detained by ICE.
Well, it's illegal to detain. Like you said, it is kidnapping. ICE does not have any authority over the U.S. citizens, and we are dual citizens, but we are citizens of the United States. That's a simple fact. It was passed. Correct me if I'm. It was like a 1934 around there that we were adopted. It was the Dawes Act, if I remember right. So it is an illegal detainment, and what's doing in Minnesota is illegal. It's not just what's happening to the Native Americans, it's to all United States citizens. As for the 3 individuals that are being detained am I coming through all right?
Yeah, you're coming through okay. It's a little bit laggy, but we're powering through.
Okay. As for the 3 Oglala Sioux men that are illegally being detained, as far as I know, they haven't been released yet. The facility that they're being detained at is Fort Snelling. And a little significance in that Fort Snelling is that following the Dakota War of 1862, the U.S. government executed 30 to men 2 additionally later on. this is what we call the Dakota 38+2. We see the rise happen every year. This execution was the largest mass execution in the United States history. It was done by the hands of President Abraham Lincoln. Fort Snelling was created to host indigenous families, children, and where the actual execution happened in Mankato for the Dakota 38+2. So having indigenous folks being held illegally in this facility is just echoing back to the history that we've fought through the settler colonial empire that has taken over Turtle Island.
Yeah, I want to share this as well because you were referring to this. So this is the law that was passed in 1924, the Indian Citizenship Act. So this is says the Snyder Act, also known as the Indian Citizenship Act, was passed on June 2nd, 1924. And it says prior to that time, Native Americans have been explicitly denied citizenship, first in the United States Constitution and later through the 14th Amendment. It says, however, while the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924 ensured that all Native Americans born within the United States had citizenship, the act failed to fulfill the promise of citizenship because Native Americans were not also granted voting rights. And so it just shows how even though this land has been occupied by your people for thousands of years, to be honest, you still are treated as other, as someone who is not of this land, even though you are. If you can give us kind of just a humanizing of how this feels to be looked at as a stranger on your own ancestral land.
I don't see it being looked at as a stranger. I see it as a colonial land grab again. You know, this is, like I said, this is echoing what has happened to us in the past. It surprises me none that ICE or Trump's illegal domestic army is going after indigenous folks. This is what rise of fascism looks like. This is what the course of this colony has taken. And we've done this before. We've seen numerous other presidents have gone down the fascist route. And who do they target? It is our Black and our indigenous brown communities that get targeted.
Yeah, I think back to as recently as the Standing Rock, right? The Standing Rock protests where President Obama actually was forcefully trying to allow, fossil fuel companies to endanger the water in that area, and indigenous water protectors were trying to protect the area. You also have people like Abraham Lincoln, because a lot of times people whitewash Abraham Lincoln and said, oh my God, he freed the slaves, but he murdered Native Americans. People talk, don't talk about people like President McKinley and what he did, Monroe, as well as Andrew Jackson, which is considered to be one of the most notorious against Native Americans as well. So it really, to be honest with you, it feels as American as apple pie, if that apple pie is laced with cyanide. And so what we see going on in this country is really just a repeat of the same old thing that's been happening even before this country had colonies.
Oh, JB, I don't know if you know this, but Trump, Obama, Biden, they've all targeted the western border states, and the southern border states, and along that line are tribal nations. We've had indigenous folks been arrested by ICE several times. We have had ICE harass entire communities of indigenous folks because their reservation is right on that border.
Wow.
Not to dismiss what the current actions are happening to the Oglala community and the Anishinaabe in this area, because I'm not trying to do that, but I'm trying to say that these actions by ICE, by this illegal army on domestic soil, is doing to our people, has been going on before Donald Trump hit office. This battle over our land has been going on before Donald Trump hit office. Yet we do see an acceleration, and we do feel that. Certainly, we feel the attacks. We've been fighting as tribal nations. We've been fighting this current administration left and right, asserting our treaty rights. And part of the 1924 bill, we didn't actually get our ability to vote until about 3 decades past that. Like, my sister reminds me always that, you know, women got the right to vote, but it took a couple of decades before Indigenous women got the right to vote.
Wow. Let me ask you this. This is just on your
that's
opinion.
how I feel now.
Between
I feel like
yourself
I'm
and
indigenous.
the rest of the Native Americans that you speak to on a regular basis, are a lot of you saying that finally a lot of you got pointing to those of us who are not within the community, is the sentiment that is that finally you guys are actually seeing what we're going through? We've been going through this the entire time. It's just you guys didn't start to notice until we had a Republican president. Because a lot of times people weren't really looking when Biden was president, when Obama was president, when Clinton was president, or even Carter. So is that kind of that sentiment that you feel?
We still know that the Democratic leadership is not looking. It's themselves. We see that they're not looking. We see that the Democratic leadership refuses to balk on abolish ICE. And see how Governor Walz is calling in the National Guard. Well, anyone who was here during George Floyd's murder understands the National Guard is not here to protect us. It's there to protect the cops, and in this case, ICE. We see that Mayor Fry, the St. Paul mayor, refusing to hold ICE accountable. Both are Democrat CFL mayors. Democrats are not with us. We acknowledge that, but what we are seeing is that labor class communities are coming to their morals and saying no. And we've seen this before, James. Obama was doing, you know, the deporter-in-chief originally was deporting the Central and Southern American children that the evangelical right on their morals to join the rest of us to push Obama into making those DACA dreamers. But even so, Obama didn't go all the way, and he used those DACA dreamers, and subsequently Biden has used those DACA dreamers as political tools because they gave them no pathway to citizenship, leaving them as vulnerable as a lot of the other folks that come from elsewhere. And as Indigenous folks, even when the first colonists came over, we opened our hands, our arms, and our families and welcomed folks here. We still do that to this day. And that's why you see, it wasn't the call because of our three Agwala tribal residents, tribal citizens that got arrested, got Indigenous orgs active and engaged in this resistance. It's because we honestly understand if we allow the government to do unto others, they will do it onto us. And that's why prior to these three getting illegally detained, we were out there as the Indigenous Protectors Movement out of Minneapolis, as AIM out of Minneapolis. We've been organizing as Indian Collective out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, who has been engaging in our community, getting us trained and educated in how to build those mutual aid networks and how to build those information networks on police. And Indigenous country has been at the front of this ICE resistance. And you see that directly within Seattle, you see that directly within LA, and you see that back here in home, where in Minneapolis, where the indigenous communities, the indigenous nations, and the indigenous nonprofits have been working hand in hand with all the communities around us. And we're leading this push into not just to settle down this administration, but leading this push into something that will transform this system. And I hear the call. We've seen the posts online and the rally to be had on Friday, that a call for a general strike of sorts within Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Duluth area. And you know me, James, for a long time pushing a general strike. I am personally hesitant because it's a one-day strike. And to me, I've been watching the unions tiptoe around the wording of strike, and I can understand because they're tied into different legislation and into their contracts. But I see that this is just a start. You know, I came into your show, and I'm sorry to put, you know, a positive demeanor on such a tragic incident within the colony. But to me, it's calling and it's telling me that we are in that time of change. And what I call it, we are in that era of general strikes.
Yeah.
To me, it's not calling a general strike. It's me watching that action happen, watching that mass, watching that economic pause, and having those negotiations happen. The one day is not going to bring us to negotiations, I don't think so, James, but I see what it will do. It will mobilize our communities into doing a longer strike, a month-long strike.
Yeah.
And I got a chance to sit in one of those trainers training with Indian Collective, and we had a conversation around 3.5. The scholars say that we need 3.5 of the population to make change in this country. And to me, New York population plus Chicago population together, that's 3.5. Or that's Chicago and Minneapolis populations together. And I envision duos of cities going to for a month, working together, negotiating with the feds together, and then also negotiating with their local, state, and city governance bodies to push through legislation and policies that we want. That, you know, once they get, you know, a step forward, they come out a strike, and then another two cities pop off. And to me, that's how we avoid what we're inevitably going down. And this is that civil war that we're going down. And you know, the civil war of this.
Gerald Cruz turned into this really dark soul. Gerald Cruz grew up in a home where his mother was a huge influence on Gerald. She thought he had special talents, special powers.
His band of people was going to be the master race.
I was selfish, I was reckless, but also he's looking for someone to be accepted. I had low self-esteem. These people accept me. They were open to me, and I embrace that.
And they find this odd piece of evidence. Rick tells them that's the wheel of punishment.
He chose to cut her head off. He chose to laugh after. No one made them do what they did but themselves. They had the choice. They have the free will.
Today, I want to talk about a cult again. And this one is quite possibly one of the worst cults I've ever talked about. And that's saying something. Have you seen my channel? The thing is, from beginning to end, it's actually insane the whole time. I'm like, oh my God, should I leave this out? Should I cut this out for time? No, I'm like, no, I can't. This is insane. I can't not talk about that. I have to. This truly was a nightmare on Elm Street. Like, there are episodes of this case on TV, and literally everyone you'll see, there's like different ones. They always call it like the Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever like that. So, because it was a massacre that happened on Elm Street. It was 5223 Elm Street in Salida, California, which Salida is in the Bay Area, NorCal, Northern California, near Modesto. It's a small rural farm town, and all of a sudden, police get several 911 calls talking about there's a scuffle and there's people that are like knocked out, all kinds of crazy shit going on, and please come to this home. They start like going into the home, and the detective talks about like how these seasoned detectives were freaked out because, you know, it was on Elm Street and it was like dead bodies. And so this is what the detective said. He said, when I arrived at the scene, there was a body lying on the sidewalk with a mask between his legs. There were deputies on the scene and they were very, very spooked. They described going into the house and locating one body and locating another body, and described it almost like a Freddy Krueger coming out of the closet. While police are investigating, this woman out of nowhere starts running towards them and screaming, saying, I know what happened, I know what happened. This woman is Donna Alvarez, and she was one of the people who was at the home when this occurred and managed to escape. She says that she was just crashing there for the night. It was like her first night there, and she was asleep, and then all of a sudden she heard this commotion. She comes outside and she sees this guy and a bunch of other guys that are yelling, and they're telling everyone to go to the living room, and this one particular guy is looking at her and telling her that he's going to kill her and to go to the living room. And then she says, in this commotion that's going on, he removes his mask and like stops paying attention to her. So she gets a look at him, and then she ends up running away into the garage where she hides under this pile of laundry. And she stayed there. She waited until she could hear people running away from the home, and then there was this silence, and so she crawls out from under this pile of laundry and then crawls under the garage door and crawls over to the neighbors' lawns. And as she's doing this, she's like banging on different doors. They're not letting her in until finally this one couple lets her in, and they are called. This is Susan and Ken Kastner. They open the door for her. She tells them what happened. So she tells them what happened. That's when Ken grabbed his shotgun and started chasing after the quote dirt balls, he said, and Susan let her in and called the cops. Two more neighbors who saw what was going on, they also grabbed their weapons and joined Ken in his chase, but they couldn't catch them. They got into this car and they drove off, and you know, police eventually show up. Once police get there, they discover that there are 4 dead people in and outside this home. So the person who they found outside the home, he was Richard Ritchie, and he was 25 years old. Inside, there were 3 more victims: Franklin Raper, who was 51, Dennis Caldwell, who was 35, and Darlene Paris, who was 23. It was really hard to find pictures for a lot of these people, and I don't know, I'm just speculating. I think it could be because a lot of them were like transients and stuff like that, but I'll put what I can find, but it really was not a lot of media that I could find from this case. Immediately, the police realized that this is personal because it's so brutal, and also nothing was stolen. And when I say it was brutal, I mean it was brutal. Like, all of the victims had been stabbed multiple times and bludgeoned, and 2 of them had their throats slit. Like Darlene, they say was almost decapitated, and Frank, he was hit in the head so badly that his head was like deformed. Like, they essentially caved his head in. As police are talking to Donna and she's describing this guy, she's saying that he's this white guy with an afro, and the description that she's giving them, it reminds them of this guy that they know in the area. Remember, this is a small town, that they have had interactions with the police, and this is a guy called Jason LaMarche. So they end up getting a photograph of his mugshot, and they show it to Donna, and the officer said that Donna freaked out. Like, they were in the police cruiser, showing her this photo. They say she pulled away from me and almost crawled under the seat of the car. She was so upset. They end up looking Jason LaMarche up. They find Jason LaMarche's most recent address. They go there. They don't find Jason there, but guess who's pulling up? Okay, and his name is Gerald Cruz. So they ask Gerald about Jason LaMarche, and he tells them, yeah, Jason lives here, but he's not here right now. And as they're talking to Gerald, they're like looking around, and they notice that there's like camouflage clothing that is hanging on this clothesline. And Donna, when she was talking to them about these assailants, she said that they were wearing camouflage clothing. And so they're like, interesting. And then they continue talking to the different people there, because also there is Michelle Evans. Michelle Evans is Jason LaMarche's girlfriend. And she casually mentions to police that, oh yeah, her sister lives at 5223 Elm Street, but she wasn't there that night. And so they're like, wait a minute, you know someone who lives there. Jason was matching the description. There's camouflage here. They end up getting a warrant. So literally 13 hours after they arrived on the scene, they were able to get a warrant for this camp. Okay, so once they go in there, they find a bunch of crazy shit, including explosives and weapons, and also a lot of like culty shit. And they also find this leather-bound book that had these bloody thumbprints in it and a bunch of diaries. So they're like, okay, what the hell's going on here? So they end up taking those items. James Beck was a guy who was there and also a resident of the home, along with Michelle Evans. Based on just the explosives that they found and the fact that James Beck and Michelle Evans were residents of the home, they were able to arrest them for having explosives in the home. So they arrest them and they take them down to the station, and they're questioning them, and they're not saying anything until police decide, okay, they're not talking, what should we do? Let's just put them in a room together and watch them. And that's when Michelle says to James Beck, I didn't tell them anything. And James Beck goes, shh. And based on that information, they're like, oh, wait a minute, they're hiding something. So they separate them and they start questioning them, and they really focus on Michelle because they're like, she seems like the weak link. And lo and behold, she starts talking. And she basically tells them that they're the Order of the Lion, this religious group, and that Gerald Cruz is their leader. And that is when the crazy ass story unfolds. She tells them that they're part of the Order of the Lion and that Gerald Cruz is the high priest of the Order of the Lion, and it's also known as the Cause. They have a cause, which we'll talk about, their stupid ass cause. Police start looking into this camp where they all lived and talking to neighbors, and neighbors tell them that basically they thought that this was a militia because they were always dressed in camouflage doing military style drills, and that they were armed and would patrol the perimeter of this camp. The neighbors also said that when they weren't doing those military drills, they were dressed in these Ku Klux Klan type of robes with candles and stuff and chanting, which was described as gibberish. Okay, so this camp was essentially this former abandoned labor camp with all these trailers on it that they had taken over, and then there was one home on that property, and that's where the high priest Gerald lived with his high priestess Jennifer, who was his wife, who he, by the way, met and when she was 16 and he was 25, and they had 3 kids together. But more on that later. The second in command was this guy called Beck. Remember Beck, the guy who said shh? Yeah, he lived with another guy who was called Ricky, who was also the slave of the group. Okay, and together they lived in a trailer that was next to the home where the high priest and the high priestess lived. And so obviously this is some crazy ass shit. As police are doing this investigation, they're looking at the diaries, and the diaries reveal a lot of information. Enough information to basically arrest all of them. The high priest and the high priestess, Gerald and Jennifer, they get arrested. Beck, the second in command, he was already arrested with Michelle, and they arrest Ricky too, the slave, and then they're trying to find LaMarche. They still haven't found LaMarche. Why? Because LaMarche fled with this other woman to Oregon. They didn't know that at the time, but what ended up happening was that LaMarche confessed to this woman about these murders, and she waited until they got to Oregon to call the police and tell them, hey, this murderer is here with me. They end up going and arresting him, bringing him back to California. And so now all of the members of this Order of the Lion who were alleged to have participated in this massacre really were arrested. In order for you to understand how we get here, we need to go back to Gerald's childhood and how the hell he became the high priest of this crazy ass cult, because this story is fucking insane. I've never heard of a crazier villain origin story in my life. Gerald was born in March, they don't know the exact date apparently, but March of 1962. And the reason why they don't know the exact date is because this is a recurring theme in his life, is who the hell are his parents? Gerald Cruz was actually Gerald Cox. Like, his birth certificate said Gerald Cox, and his father on his birth certificate was a guy called Jimmy Cox. Gerald did not know his name was Gerald Cox until he actually went to school. He was raised as Gerald Cruz, and that his father was this guy called Asensio Cruz, but he didn't actually meet his dad until he was 2 years old, because his dad didn't even know he had a son until 2 years after the fact. Now, who is the mother? Well, Hortensia Cruz is the official mother, but in reality, that's his grandmother, okay? His real mom is his sister that he was raised thinking is his sister, who is Hope, okay? The thing is, it depends on who you ask, because all the way up until the trial...
No!
Hortensia Cruz maintained that she was his mom and Hope was his sister, and that Asensio Cruz was his father.
Too fast.
But then, another half-sister, not Hope, Marlene, she said, actually, no, my sister Hope is his mom, and Hortensia is actually his grandma, and his dad is actually Jimmy, not Asensio. So, I don't know. And the reason why Marlene thinks that is she says that, like, just one day they show up with this baby, and Hope said, a woman gave me this baby, and that her mom, Hortensia, never looked pregnant in the months leading up to when this baby showed up, that she was then told, oh, this is your sister. Hortensia was actually married to this guy called Jesus Hernandez, and she has 6 kids with him. That's Hope and Marlene and other siblings. Then she gets divorced and has this baby, Gerald, supposedly, and Asensio, the guy who she says is the father, he actually was in Mexico. And the reason why she says she put Jimmy Cox on the birth certificate is because she said when she was giving birth, she had a kidney infection and she thought she was going to die in childbirth. And given the fact that the real father, who she says is Asensio, was in Mexico, who would be there to take care of Gerald? Nobody. So she put Jimmy Cox on there because Jimmy was her friend who lived with them at the time, and he would be the one to take care of them. But, like, really, that wasn't his dad, okay? That was the story she told. Marlene says that the real story is that this Jimmy guy who lived with them was a drunk. And when Hope was just 14 years old, he had relations with her and she got pregnant. And so, remember, this is in the 60s. They wanted to hide the fact that that was going on. And so they ended up being like, hey, you know, it's Hortensia's baby. When Gerald was 2 years old, Hortensia tells Asensio, oh, by the way, you have a son and he is Gerald. So she must have slept with him for him to believe that. So he's like, oh my God, I have a son. He comes back from Mexico and he, like, raises Gerald as if he is his own son. And Gerald believes, like, Hortensia is my mom and Asensio is my dad, until he goes to school. But before that, there were 2 really fucked up things that happened. And that is that he had 2 major head injuries when he was very young that never got treated. The first one was when he was 6 months old. His sister/mother, Hope, she dropped him on the concrete porch on his head, and they didn't treat him. They said that basically he cried, obviously, and had this lump on his head and wasn't taking a bottle for, quote, an unspecified length of time. But then he seemed fine, and so they were like, okay, no problem. They said that they were very poor. They couldn't afford to take him to the doctor, that they lived in homes that had, like, no heat, no water, and just dirt floors. And so that's why they didn't do anything. And then when he was 4 years old, he was in a car. Again, remember, this is like the 60s, so I guess he wasn't in a car seat or anything like that. And so somebody hard braked, and Gerald flew, like, through the windshield and had a head injury. And they said that he was very disoriented, obviously, and weak. And also, they didn't take him to the hospital. He didn't get treated for that either. Adding to the fucking crazy here is the fact that Asensio did not know that Hortensia's kids were her kids. He thought they were her nieces and nephews. Why? Because Hortensia told them to lie and say that they were her nieces and nephews because she didn't want Asensio to know that she was previously married and divorced. Okay? maybe she thought that they would frown upon it at the time. I don't fucking know. By the time Gerald is 4 years old, okay, he's had these 2 head injuries, and now he's 7 years old. And another crazy thing happens. The family had this restaurant, okay, and this restaurant was apparently taking business away from a nearby biker bar, and the owners were mad about that, and so they bombed the restaurant. And this was when Gerald was around 7 years old, and this was very traumatizing for him, and they, like, the family ended up having to flee and leave, and it was like this huge thing that happened. Making matters worse is that he was also bullied in school. They made fun of the way he dressed, they made fun of his hair, and also the fact that he liked to read a lot of like astrology books and religion books, and he got so bullied at school that he ended up taking up karate to defend himself. Karate. And he was very upset also with the teachers at the school because he felt like they did not stop the bullying from happening, but then they would discipline him for something that they feel like he feels like, sorry, he shouldn't have been disciplined for, and very harshly. So there was this one incident that he talks about that really stuck with him, where the teacher had left the classroom for a long time and he needed the bathroom, so he ends up leaving to go to the bathroom. And while he's in the bathroom, that teacher came back and was like, you know, where's Gerald? And then when he came back, she ended up spanking him in front of the whole class, and that was very upsetting for him because he's like, I got spanked, and the ones who bullied me, they didn't get any type of punishment. And then he found out about this whole drama with his parents and who they were when he was a kid at school, because he came back from recess one day and overheard his teacher talking to another teacher, and they were basically saying like, who is his mom? Like, we don't know who his mom is. Like, the teachers were discussing the fact that they didn't know who his mother was. When Gerald overheard that, he apparently just like immediately left and pretended he didn't hear that at all. As if all that wasn't bad enough, at home, he was treated so poorly because his mom, who he thought was his mom, Hortensia, and his sister, Hope, they were constantly fighting over who had to take care of him. Like, he felt so unwanted. And then when they weren't fighting with each other about who had to take care of him, they were yelling at him, and they were basically beating him all the time with a switch, with hangers, with a rope. Then he would go to school and get bullied at school. They made fun of him for not having a dad. Isn't that so fucked up? And the reason why they said he didn't have a dad is because his father, Asensio, he moved back to Mexico to work, and he would send money back. So his father wasn't around. And it's about to get worse. One day, Jesus Hernandez, that is Hortensia's ex-husband, he calls the home. He says, put Gerald on the phone. Jesus tells him, Asensio's not your dad. Your dad is the drunk man. And the drunk man was referring to Jimmy Cox, the guy that was on his birth certificate, who was apparently a drunk. And so now Gerald is like, what the fuck? So he goes to his mom, Hortensia, and he asks her, are you my mom? And she says, yes, I'm your mom. Gerald said, well, as long as I know who my mother is, I don't care who my father is. But the gag is, that's not even his mom. Because then when Gerald was 14, his sister Marlene told him, yeah, your mom is Hope and your dad is Jimmy Cox. And that was like really traumatic for him because his whole identity was in question. Hortensia and Hope said that what Marlene said is not true, despite Hortensia treating him like shit and him being constantly beat. She also was telling him that he was special and had these special powers, okay? She truly believed that he was magical, powerful being, to the point where even at the trial, she testified in his defense and told the courtroom the story of why she believes he has these magical powers. And this is the story she told. Hortensia testified that her daughter Hope had a love spell put on her by a witch doctor named Carlos Sabalos. Yeah, Carlos Sabalos. And she married him because she was under this voodoo spell. And that Gerald followed his sister or mother, Hope, to Los Angeles, where she fell ill from this voodoo spell that was cast on her. And that he decided he had to break this spell. And so he was this young kid who taught himself voodoo and already had innate magical powers, and then stayed with her all night and broke the voodoo spell of this witch doctor. And that's when she realized that he was a magical being, and she told him that. Because remember, he grew up reading all these books about the occult and astrology and shit like that. Now, me personally, I feel like his mom was also into this like sort of witchcraft stuff, because there's like a lot of stories of her killing animals, and it's giving like animal sacrifice. Hortensia had a canary, and this cat ate the canary, you know, as they do. And her response was to capture the cat and cut its stomach open to try to find the canary, okay? And then there was another incident where this neighbor's dog was constantly coming into her yard, and it would piss her off. And so one day this dog came into her yard, and I don't know if she was traumatized from the cat eating the canary, but she decided, I'm done with this. And she ends up capturing the dog and cutting off its hind legs with an axe. Yep. And Gerald was 17 when that happened, and he saw that. And this is also around the time that he dropped out of high school and was like, I am a high priest. I don't need to go to high school. I'm gonna sit here with my mom doing sadistic shit, and that's what we do. So that is the story of Gerald's childhood, because after that he turned 18, and that's why I felt the need to tell you that, because don't you feel like that kind of explains a little bit why maybe possibly he was as sadistic as he was? So now he is in his 20s, and it's 1985. Gerald was described by literally everybody as a master manipulator. He knew how to basically manipulate people. And what he would also do is prey on the weak and the needy and the young. Gerald had this home in Modesto. He would offer them a place to stay, food, shelter, and kind of like be a father figure to them. And at the same time, he would also tell them, hey, I am a high priest. He also believed that he was a reincarnation of Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is a English occultist. He's very famous. He has books and things like that. And he claimed that he was a reincarnation of this guy. And aren't you lucky to know me? And guess what? I'm so kind. I want to give you a place to stay. You don't have to pay me anything. Well, you do have to give me your wages, but that's all. And then I'll give you the home and the teachings for free. You also have to do this little ritual where you do some bloodletting, a little cut on your finger, and then the blood that comes from your finger, you use that to make a bloody thumbprint in this leather-bound book, and now you are officially part of the Order of the Lion, and you've now joined the Cause. That's another name they had, was the Cause. And what is the Cause? The Cause was basically white supremacy, and he believed that they were going to create a master race, and he was also Mexican, remember, which is very interesting that you're the high priest of a white supremacist cult when you're Mexican. On top of the white supremacy, it was also like paramilitary, where they were all wearing camouflage and they would do these military style drills. They had tons of weapons. They were constantly patrolling with weapons. But then on top of that, remember, he's also like a voodoo priest. Remember the voodoo thing he did? So he told them that he's also expert in voodoo. And so they would do voodoo stuff. And then on top of that, guess what? They worship Satan. So it was just a lot of stuff, astrology, like a mishmash of shit. It was like 1 minute they were doing military style drills, the next minute they're like worshiping Satan, and then after that they put on their Ku Klux Klan robes with candle and start chanting in gibberish, just all kinds of crazy shit. The way that he really was able to manipulate the shit out of them is after they would do that initiation ceremony with the bloody fingerprint, he would give them a diary, and they were required to write their innermost thoughts, feelings, and secrets in this diary. And of course, you know, he would read their diary, you know, probably sneaking in the night and shit and reading their diary, and he would use what they wrote in their diary to manipulate them. So let's talk about mind control. Adding to the manipulation was the straight up torture, okay? Because he would punish them in such a sadistic way. There was this thing called the Wheel of Punishment, and it's described as a wooden wheel that had different sections of it, okay? And in each section there was a punishment, and the punishments ranged in severity. There was the mild stuff like sleep deprivation and eating off the floor, and then there was the crazy ass shit like forced sodomy in front of the group, same-sex sodomy, again forced in front of the group, bestiality, forced in front of the group, like crazy shit. He was constantly looking for reasons to punish his followers, like he would give them some dumb task to do. There was always some type of task that they had to do, manual labor, drills, something. And then he would be like, oh, you fucked that up. Time to get the wheel of punishment. And then they would have to do this thing where they throw the wheel in the air and then catch it as it's falling down, and wherever their thumb lands is what the punishment was. And then they also were like, interestingly, there were certain people who always got the most severe punishment. And I'm like wondering if like, are they just very unlucky where their thumb lands? Or is Gerald being like, it may look like it landed on eating off the floor, but it's actually bestiality. Now let's talk about the cult members, because there were different rankings of people in the group. It wasn't just like Gerald was number one and everyone else was underneath. No. Gerald was number one, and his number two in command is James Beck. And James Beck was known as the enforcer. A lot of the sadistic punishments and beatings and things that happened were carried out by Beck at the behest of Gerald. And Beck met Gerald in 1985. There was a third guy who also met Gerald at that same time, and his name was Willie. Now, Gerald, Beck, and Willie were all participants in that massacre on Elm Street. But Willie ended up leaving in 1986 for 1 year to go to this trade school. During that time, Beck and Gerald became very close, because Willie said that when he came back, he was like, their relationship had changed and they were like best friends, and Beck was basically doing every single thing that Gerald told him to do, no questions asked. And Beck's situation is crazy, because Beck was like the only one that was actually older than Gerald. All the other people were like his age or younger, and Beck was very impressionable, and his backstory is really, really actually kind of sad. And during the trial, they said that his full-scale IQ was 102, which I guess is not that great, and he was very impressionable, but that was like his defense expert, so I don't know if they're just trying to, I don't know. But this is basically Beck's backstory, okay? He grew up with a very messed up dad, because when he was a kid, his dad actually was sent to a mental hospital for molesting his two sisters, so his daughters. And then after that, Beck's mom married Beck's dad's brother, his uncle, okay? So it's all messed up. And then Beck was really in the church a lot growing up. He was a choir boy. His brother said he knew the Bible front and back and was part of all these youth activities. But he had this longing for a father figure because his dad wasn't there. And I don't know, his uncle maybe wasn't that much of a father to him. But when Beck got a girlfriend, that girlfriend's father was more of a father to him than his father and his uncle. And he was with her for a long time. And then he was going to actually propose to her. He had purchased an engagement ring for her. And then out of nowhere, she blindsided him and dumped him. This was devastating for him because he didn't just lose her, he also lost her dad. And so this whole family that he thought he had was just gone. And then though, he ends up meeting another woman and marrying her and having kids with her. And she ends up betraying him and leaving him. So now he's like super devastated. And that is the point when he met Gerald. And everyone said that after he met Gerald, he completely changed. He went from being super Christian, religious, to being really into the occult. And he believed everything that Gerald told him, especially when Gerald was like, I have special powers. And if you stick with me, you might get some of my powers. And I can do this and I can do that, blah, blah, blah. And Gerald believed all of it. And then he started to just only want to spend time. Not Gerald believed all of it. Sorry, did I say that? I meant to say Beck believed everything Gerald said. Okay? And not only that, but he just like wanted to spend time with Gerald all the time, to the point where he stopped spending time with his kids, with his family. He just became like obsessed with Gerald and listened to everything Gerald said. Like he never said no to Gerald. That's how he became his second in command. That got him benefits in the cult because he would get punished the least. When Gerald would have everyone work and give them the money, Beck was able to keep some of that money that he worked for, like his own money. Beck went from not wanting to spend time with his kids to actually becoming like unhinged, violent, and aggressive. And that's kind of when he started to lose contact with his family, because his brother said that he literally told him one day out of the blue, Beck says to his brother, Steven, I'll take your soul. And then Steven said that he also told him that he wanted to kill their sister Debbie over some type of monetary dispute, and he also threatened his brother's infant son. So, due to that, a distance formed between Beck and his family, which only drove him further into the clutches of Gerald. Remember in the beginning when I told you that Beck was the one who said shh when they were being questioned by police, and Michelle was like, I didn't tell them anything. So that's the second in command. Then there is the quote high priestess, which is Jennifer, who is Gerald's wife and the mother of his 3 kids. She met Gerald when she was 16 and he was 25. So now it is July 1987, and Beck and Gerald and Jennifer, they all live together in this apartment in Modesto. From the beginning, Gerald was very abusive to Jennifer, and he would tell her things like, the only way out of this relationship is when one of us dies, and then he would threaten to kill her. She also got pregnant soon after they got together. Remember, she was 16 when they met. So now she's like in a cult as a teenager and pregnant by this crazy freaking guy and his second in command, this enforcer, and it's like so horrific sounding. Just to give you an example of what he would do to Jennifer, there was one incident where she actually tried to argue with him, talk back, push back to something he was doing, and he ended up handcuffing her and having other members slap her every time she spoke. I want you guys to remember this when we talk about what happened to their child in her presence and that she didn't stop it. Also in 1987 is when Ricky joins, and Ricky would end up becoming the slave of the group, and particularly Gerald, but he was like the lowest ranking member in the group, and his situation and how he joined is actually really freaking sad because his sister joined first and then she wanted to leave, and in her leaving she encouraged her brother to join, and they kind of like switched places, and I don't even know if she did that willingly or if she was coerced to do that or if she thought it wouldn't be so bad, but it ended up being so awful because nobody was treated worse than Ricky. Angela moved into the home with Gerald and everyone else in 1987 as well. Angela was already interested in the occult and black magic, and then when she met Gerald, he was like, I'm a high priest, I have all these powers, I can teach you my powers and you can become powerful too. All you have to do is cut your finger, do this bloodletting ritual. You have to pledge allegiance to the Order of the Lion, and so she did. Once you pledged allegiance to the Order of the Lion, you had to keep everything secret and you had to be loyal to the group, and so she did that. And she said, okay, that at one point Gerald said that to sacrifice your newborn was, quote, the greatest thing you can ever do for the satisfaction of Satan. Now, the thing about it is this. Some people are like, who is Satan really? And I'm like, bitch, I don't know. But the thing about it is, I don't like anybody who wants you to sacrifice a baby for them. You know what I mean? I feel like that's like pretty standard. There is no evidence that a newborn was actually sacrificed. However, this is just me speaking here personally. It feels almost like she sacrificed her brother, because when she left, he came in, and then he ended up being the slave and got the worst abuse. So I don't know if she knew that was going to happen, but like that's actually what happened, and it's pretty fucked up. So the thing about it is that Ricky was only 15 when he joined, and at the time of these murders, he was 21. Ricky's dad actually gave him weed to smoke when he was 8 years old, and then from that point on, supplied him with weed to where like Ricky essentially became addicted to weed since he was a kid. And then he developed weird, you know, because of it. Imagine that young all the time. And so he wasn't good at school. He had a hard time reading. Then on top of that, his mom said
I knew a kid like this when I was like 12. God, I can't remember his, Derek. Yeah, I think his name was Derek. And Derek was hard. He was fucking hard. He was one of the harder motherfuckers I ever met, and he was like 12 years old too. And yeah, he was stoned. He was like, you guys get high? And I was like, motherfucker, I'm 12. What? I mean, it didn't take me much longer, but I mean, you know, it's a bit young.
he had a lazy eye, which didn't help with the reading.
Yeah, he had lazy eyes because of the pot. He definitely had lazy eyes because he had been doing marijuana way too young, and it definitely did, like, you know. Definitely did change him. Gotta be careful not to rush it, or it costs like 5 or 10 minutes. Unlocked with office key. Oh yeah. Mag 2. Sounds good to know. It's like the exact same place. No, don't crash. Backstab. Ooh, 54. Nice. Oh, don't crush me. Disassembler refined Kraken. Oh yeah. Let's see how it looks. Ooh, I like the action on it. Yeah. Who are you? It was the exact same place, and I lost like another half an hour. Oh no. It was like the exact same place, and I lost in like another half an hour. It's driving me crazy. It's crashing too much. And I should just go back to my other character and just play the game, I guess. That's crazy. It crashes too much. It crashes too much. Like, it crashes too much. What was that? What was that, man? Yeah, I don't really want to do load again. What am I in the mood for? Let's do some Nightingale.
So he ended up getting held back.
God damn it, you kept crashing. I don't know, man. It must be that one mod, the auto loot mod. I don't know. No, I'm looting too fast and it's like a known bug. I know it is. It's fucking annoying.
In the 6th grade. And then when he got to high school and he didn't make the football team, he decided to drop out of school. But then he went back to continuation school and he got kicked out of that because of the weed that he was smoking. After that, he decided to join his dad, who had a job hanging sheetrock, and he did that until his sister Angela was like, hey, do you want to go live with these people, Gerald and the crew? And Ricky wanted independence from his family, and so he said yeah, which was not good. I mean, his home life wasn't good either, but this was way worse. A lot of them were very young when they joined, teenagers, early 20s, and he was in his like mid to late 20s throughout this whole time. And so he took this father figure role with them, except for Beck. By the way, Beck was older than him, but that's beside the point. Well, is it? I don't know. Side note, Gerald took on this role of like master and daddy, you know, master daddy, if you will. That's not actually a thing. I made that up. That's weird. I'm sorry for saying that. At the time of the murders, Ricky was 21 years old. And he joined them when he was 15. So it was 6 years of what I'm about to tell you that he had to suffer through. And what he went through was basically he became not just Gerald's slave, but everyone's slave. Like, he had the lowest ranking in the group. He got the most punishments, the most severe punishments, the most often. He had to do the most work, and it just was hell on earth. Ricky was very dependent too, because he never learned how to drive. He didn't finish school. He really had only a little bit of work experience with that sheetrock stuff he was doing with his dad. That didn't last long. So it's like he really was very dependent on Gerald and the whole group, really. Being Gerald's slave meant that Ricky had to cook for him, clean after him, bathe his children, and also do this like very labor-intensive construction work all day around the home and the property. And then at night, he had to stay up and guard the property. He never got a break. It was always this like militaristic standing at attention for like extended periods of time that he had to do, and if he moved or something, he would get beat by Gerald, or Gerald would order Beck to beat him, and that was a big thing. Like for a long time, Ricky lived with Beck, and Beck was just constantly hitting Ricky because Gerald was telling him to do that. Like, that was so much of their relationship. Even when new people came in, the first thing they would notice that was weird was Beck being ordered by Gerald to hit Ricky. And they would see them like punch him, and then Ricky would fall down and start crying, and they were like, oh my God, this is crazy. Let me stay and join. Gerald had total control over Ricky. He told Ricky when to speak, when to eat, when to use the bathroom, when to sleep, literally everything. Like, he couldn't literally talk unless he was given permission by Gerald to talk. It's like his existence was completely controlled by Gerald. Adding to this power dynamic is the fact that Ricky was much smaller than Gerald and Beck. Like, they were both taller than him and weighed way more than him. And he was like short and small and young and weak, and they took advantage of it. Like, when you talk about, oh, go pick on someone your own size, like, they didn't do that, which is so fucking lame. Remember the wheel of punishment that I told you about? This like wooden wheel that they would use to dole out punishments, and you would have to throw it in the air, and then when you catch it as it came down, and wherever your thumb was on the little section of the wheel that had different punishments on it, that punishment is what you would have to do. And Ricky, unfortunately, got the most severe punishment the most often. Forced sodomy, same-sex sodomy in front of the group, and also bestiality. Ricky was so mind-fucked by Gerald that in his diary, he basically would talk about how like merciful Gerald was when he did something wrong, like maybe speak without permission, and he didn't get like sodomized in front of the group for it. He's like, oh wow, Gerald is so nice to me. But also there was this like opposite effect where he became sadistic himself. This is not something that he ever used to do or talk about before joining the group, but then he would have these like violent fantasies that he would talk about and write about in the diary. Like, for example, there was one instance where he tried to approach a girl romantically and he got rejected, and then in the diary he was writing about all these like violent things that he wanted to do to her because she rejected him. And that's like not how he used to be before, but it's, again, you know, the cycle of abuse. In the diaries, Ricky also wrote about their excessive drug use, and I think this is important when we talk about how the hell this shit went down, is that they were using a lot of drugs. They were like fucked up, you know what I mean? And it allows you to detach from doing these things and maybe also receiving these things, and also it's a way to escape from the horror of what you're in, and then it's another way for him to control them by being the one who provides them with the drugs, because they work and they have to give all the money to Gerald, and then Gerald like redistributes it with the drugs to everyone. So it's like, hey, if you want a place to sleep and disconnect from reality and maybe eat every now and then, you stay here. Plus also they thought he was, you know, a magical warlock, superior being, high priest, and that if they left he would curse them and ruin their life, as if their life was so good to begin with. Another thing about Gerald is, you know, he really liked shocking people, and I don't mean like shock and horror, I mean, well, that too, but I mean like electrically shock them. There was that orange line treatment, that what happened, and then also the stun gun, the scorpion stun gun that he loved to use. He used it on his girlfriend Jennifer, and he used it on Ricky a lot, and he got a kick out of it. Like, he would randomly just like shock Ricky in front of people when Ricky didn't know what was about to happen, and he would jump and scream and like be like horrified by the whole thing, and Gerald was like, ah, gotcha. When Ricky wasn't being tortured and degraded, he was being forced to do all this manual labor around the property, and then he had to do that all day, and then at night he had to stand guard and patrol, and that's what Gerald would always have them do, dress in these military fatigues with weapons. They had so many weapons and guns and stuff like that, and then just march and do drills and do patrols, and the neighbors thought that this was like militia. There was this one time where Ricky asked to go see his family and Gerald let him go, so he went to see his sister and his mom, and when he showed up they were shocked because he looked completely different. First of all, he looked like he was beaten up. He had a fat lip, black eye. He also was really skinny and had these dark circles under his eye like he hadn't slept. He was completely withdrawn, very nervous. And also, while they were there having dinner with him, he would have to stop and call Gerald on the phone several times to ask him permission. Like, can I eat? Can I go to the bathroom? Can I have a beer? And they're like, dude, whoa, this is crazy. Then there was another member, Rosemary. And Rosemary, she was Beck's girlfriend. But then Beck had to give her away to Gerald. And the way that it happened was so fucked up. To me, I feel like it's interesting that it only happened when Beck expressed that he wanted to marry Rosemary. That's when Gerald was like, oh, I want her. It's like he didn't want him to have someone important in his life. That's how I saw it. But, you know, I'm just like, that's just me. Beck was like, oh, it's the right thing to do, is what he told Rosemary. And so Rosemary went and lived with them. She was also initiated into the group where she had to do the bloodletting ritual and then do the bloody fingerprint in the leather-bound book and pledge allegiance to the Order of the Lion. And she did all that. And when she lived with Gerald and Jennifer, she witnessed so much abuse of not just her own and Jennifer, but the kid too. And ooh, it's really bad. In July of 1988, there was a baby. This is where I need to tell you that I'm going to put a timestamp here that you can skip to, because I'm going to tell you, you know, what happened, and I'm sure some of you don't want to hear it. Jennifer and Gerald, they had 3 kids together, but in the court documents, there's one daughter that keeps getting referred to, and it's weird because I found a few court documents where her full name is there, but then I found a lot more of the other documents and stuff where it's just her initial. And so I'm like, wait, maybe she doesn't want to be known or something. So just to be safe, I'm not going to say her name. And they refer to her as A. So that's what I'll be referring to her as. So their daughter was born bow-legged. Now remember, he's trying to create a master race. And now he has a daughter that has bow-legged feet, which is not anything bad. But for him, this was like really, really bad, right? He's trying to tell people that he's creating a master race. And he's like, I can't have my daughter being bow-legged. So he does some fucked up shit to try to like fix it, okay? It says here, it says when A was less than a year old, Cruz would suspend her in a halter in the middle of a device he called the rack and attach her legs to mason jars filled with water. He would then make her cry so that her legs would go up and down, and he thought that this motion would like make her legs straight. It's so fucked up. And then it was other shit too that had nothing to do with her legs that he was just doing because he's fucking sadistic and something is wrong with him. And that was he would have when A was less than 6 months old, Gerald would have her stay in this dark room for hours, 6 hours alone, only allowing Jennifer to come and feed her and hold her and stuff every 6 hours. And she imagined a baby just being left in a dark room for 6 hours alone,
Disgusting.
crying and shit. Oh my God. And so Jennifer, she objected to it, tried to, and she would get beat. And he would do all kinds of things to her, stun her with the gun, beat her, put a rifle in her mouth and tell her that he's going to kill her in front of everyone. The other thing they did was this dumb shit called clapping that Gerald would do, where he would basically smack her in the back of the head. Oh my God, I can't even, I feel like it's really, to where she would get bruises inside her ears. And then, because the poor baby became so conditioned to that, when she would try to like walk, he would pretend like he was gonna clap her or say, I'm gonna do a clapping, and then the baby would get scared and like fall and cover herself to try to stop from the thing. And he would laugh because he's a son of a bitch that deserves to die a slow and painful death. So, then, I hate this part. Then, before she even started walking, when she was just learning to crawl, Gerald would have Beck fill Gatorade bottles and tie them to her ankles so that she would have to drag these Gatorade bottles when she was a baby trying to crawl, okay? And then, when she would have like any type of injuries and stuff, they would put her in an ice bath until she was even struggling to breathe, okay? I don't even know how this child survived this shit. Also, when she was trying to crawl, Gerald would like smack her with a fly swatter, and during the trial when they confronted him with that, he was like, yeah, I was doing that to help her crawl. What? Let me do some shit to help you crawl, bitch, is my reaction to that. Anyway, I would apologize, but I'm not apologizing for saying that. Like, please. I feel like I should apologize for not saying worse. During the trial, Gerald tried to deny all this stuff and say, like, no, it was Jennifer who was doing all this stuff, and she would get angry when I would show affection to the baby, and like, it's all her doing this stuff. And so Jennifer actually brought this tape and played it during the trial that was evidence of what they did to the baby, which was they would like put this tape recorder next to her while the baby was falling asleep, and as soon as she'd fall asleep they would blast it super loud and like to wake her up and scare her and startle her, and they were recording this like this sadistic shit of them basically like torturing this baby and then laughing, and this was all on tape. So when she played that, it was like, here's some evidence of them causing this baby distress and laughing about it. So now what? That was the environment that Rosemary joined when Gerald was like, I want you to be my second wife. So she goes in there and she's getting the same treatment too. There was this one instance where this envelope that had stamps in it went missing, and Gerald accused Rosemary of losing it. And his response to that was to, in front of everyone, put a rifle in her mouth and threaten to pull the trigger. In that same instance, he pulled the rifle out of Rosemary's mouth, put it in Jennifer's, and then said to her, quote, are you going to get your shit together or are you going to die? Rosemary tried to run away. And then Perkins and Beck chased her down in a van. They grabbed her and they threw her in the van, she said, face first, and brought her back into the home. And she said that Beck was kicking her in the back the whole time she was walking up the stairs into the house. Gerald would also constantly threaten Beck that he would kill Rosemary. Gerald told Beck that he's going to take Rosemary's head off and keep it as a trophy. Luckily, for whatever reason, Gerald let Rosemary go visit her family in December of 1988, like for Christmas, and she went there and never came back, and that's how she was able to get out. So remember how I told you that Gerald loved to electrocute people? Okay, this is the orange line treatment that he would do. And I also need to tell you about Cynthia, who is Jennifer's younger sister, because she ends up joining the group as well. At this time in 1987, there is Gerald and his high priestess, Jennifer. There's also Jennifer's younger sister, Cynthia, who is part of the group now. And then there are Beck, the second in command, the enforcer, and a guy called Stephen Perkins. Now I need to tell you about Stephen Perkins, okay? Because Perkins was tortured mercilessly. Perkins actually grew up not just with Gerald, but also with Beck. And Beck was 10 years older than Perkins, and Perkins knew Beck since Perkins was 4 years old. When Perkins was 20 years old, he joined, and he stayed with them for 2 years and lived like the most insane 2 years of his life. Cynthia, Jennifer's younger sister, she said that she came into the home one day, and as she was coming in, she saw Perkins on his hands and knees, they said feverishly sanding the gun cap. And as she's walking in, Gerald tells her to flip the light switch that she's next to. So she flips the switch, and all of a sudden, Perkins starts screaming and writhing in pain. And so she freaks out and she turns the switch off. Gerald and Beck are laughing. Perkins is moaning and groaning in pain, and they tell her that's the orange line treatment. And the orange line treatment was basically this orange extension cord that had these exposed wires that were wrapped around Perkins' toes and then secured in duct tape. And that extension cord was connected to the wall where she flipped the switch, and that's what they would do to like torture. Perkins and Ricky got the orange line treatment a lot, and it was to the point where both of their feet were just completely covered in wounds and infected. And imagine, not only are their feet like that, but then don't forget that he's having them do these fucking military drills and having Ricky stand on his feet for hours on end or else he gets beat, and having Perkins do all this labor. So it's not just that he's torturing them and they've got these open wounds, but then it's like on top of that, now you have to stand for hours. Like, oh my God, dude, I don't know what it is with the women, but all of the women said that at one point, Ricky put a rifle in their mouth and threatened to pull the trigger. Like, it's some weird shit he liked to do. And he liked to do that in front of all the other members. And so he did the same thing to Cynthia. Now remember, Cynthia is Jennifer, the high priestess, his younger sister. And so here's where it gets really weird, or weirder, shall I say. Perkins told Gerald that he saw Jennifer and her younger sister Cynthia engaging in a act of a sexual nature that is all oral. Okay, you get what I'm saying? That in itself is insane. And he claims that this is something Jennifer denies, but Perkins claims and testified to this, that Jennifer retaliated against him for telling Gerald that, and that he did see that. And what she did was she had him lured into this home where he was then stripped naked, and they say here that
Dark stuff. Nightingale. How many estate Karens can you have? Getting back here sucks, and like without setting it's a pretty desert. The gravity is not as good here, but I like that. gonna go do the infestation. Suppose I could level up. These are decorations, are they? No trash before going to bed, okay? Barrel. Tools. Nice, I made quite a lot of progression in the last couple of days. It's sweet. Better than I've been doing. Tudor stove. That was everything in this thing. The worlds are kind of like hardcore because you can't put it like a spawn point in the world. You can always teleport home, but you can't make a spawn point in the world. What was this? I got instant one shot. Oh. Those things were nasty as hell. Just like the spawn and oh, I'm supposed to hit this, huh? Well, I guess you do get a spawn in the world, but only here. Zephyr Core, Phalo Stars. This is the Zephyr Core, so this is an antiquarian desert. Wow, it's big. I like the procedural nature of this game. I do. It's just as good as Enshrouded, maybe better. It was hard for me to dedicate before, but I don't know. I'm finding that easier to do now. I can't get my shit back, I guess. Oh, right, I don't drop anything on death, I guess. I don't know. Do I drop anything on death? I don't think so. I just died. there? I think you are. There's like dudes in here. Where are you? Ooh, what's that? Mission bundle, nice, not bad. I'm back up to segment 3. I see. You can do whatever progression you want. You can follow the story, or you can just play the game like a survival game. I do like it actually. I wish Enshrouded would let you do first person. Because it does add like a rest element to it. Bastille of Intellect. Oh, I did the infestation. That completed it, huh? Ah. Well, nice. So let's go to another one then. Just the southeast. This is this one, but I didn't go upwards. Let's go up. It's interesting how the game doesn't need a jetpack or anything. They're all kind of the same game. Starfield is the same game as this and Nightingale. But they are giving that procedural world that does interest me. A lot of people don't like procedural, but I like procedural. I think it's good. Even though it's like kind of one and the same and it's a flat desert, you know, but I don't know, there is some variation here. More than Ashes of Creation. I'm learning to get up tall things to fly to the next thing, which does make the walking a little bit way less. What? He one-shot me. Get me up, Kate. Don't die. Oh, I got him. I like those grenades a lot. See, the combat in all these games is good. That's the requirement for me. Got her ass beat, huh? If I die, it's not good. Oh wait, Kate beat me, guys. I shot him in the face for 167. For 1067. Oh, whatever, do your job, fucking K. Why are you standing around? Get me up, don't die. Oh. Don't kill her. No. Oh no, you one-shot me. I got something in my eye. It was really distracting me. I was like, no, my eye. I got something in my fucking eye. It's so annoying. Eyelash, I think. I got an eyelash in my fucking eye. It hurts so bad. Fuck, I died. Son of a bitch. There, so if you want it to be fast, you just climb up. I should have been eating too. I think that's part of it too. Just forget to stupid eat. I don't know, the running is about as long, but this is probably fast. It's probably more fun. You probably learn more. Like I wanted to see if there was anything up here too. Oh God, oh. Hey, TTS and some of it 100 again. What? One shot. Oh, come on, one shot. Ugh. Stupid things. drop anything or give any, like, essence or anything? No? The hell? Oh, come on, one shot. Did I kill him, or did he jump? You were a bitch ass. I think he jumped. I'm full. I'll have to go back now. But it was for fun to foray into the desert realm. The electric rounds hurt the robots pretty well. It's good. Unless I get him, I think I probably did. Ooh, ingot for an automaton knife. Sandstone. Now I can no longer run. I'm gonna do this mining and then jump back. This is better than Dune. Look, this is better than Dune. It's more fun. Yeah, you can like build a cooler base and stuff. I love seeing those gold numbers pop. So fun. Get him. Yeah, long rifling an elephant. It's good for some essence. I don't know if I got any essence off him, but it was still fun. Hey kid, can I give you stuff? Yeah, do you have room? Oh, you do. Move all items. I gave her 100 sandstone block. Now I'm down. Oh, good. I'm down 50 pounds, though. That's good. I can stay. Desert feels dangerous. It's cool. tin ore is good. Seven out of 205. Oh, you're supposed to mine them. I forgot. Oh, yeah. Should have been killing so many of these and I left their loot lying all around. Well, I haven't killed that many. I've killed like 2 or something, so it's not that bad. But now I remember you have to mine their cores. Okay. Automaton storage. What do I do with the... Nightingale, what do I do with the automaton storage in the desert? Okay. Oh, I hit him too. I hit him. Oh! It was a good shot. Nice. Maybe there's a bit of auto aim? I don't know, maybe I'm just aiming well. Reminds me of Rust. It has the same bullet drop system as Rust. It's cool. Used to it. his arms were gone. Oh no, they're tied behind his back. What was that? You just don't do it? Learned that a shotgun blast busts him. Close. Oh no, that's a boss, and I'm out of ammo now. Oh, that's not good. Nice. I'm doing pretty good. Did I kill him or did he run or what? Being out of long rifle is probably a really bad idea out here. I'm gonna go home. Which is so easy to do. Look, it's like, I can even, like, I can teleport from this desert world to another desert world, which is like a whole nother realm. Which is cooler than, you know, both games are really cool. And Shrouded has better melee. I don't know, they both have good combat, but Nightingale's got a deeper world. I think Enshrouded is a better built world, but Nightingale is a good world, and I haven't got that far in it. It might be way better later. Gotta produce some electric rounds. I love the music in this game. It's actually so good. Oh, I'm on Champion. Yeah, I actually like Champion. I think it's balanced correctly. Champion seems good. Nightmare seems like if you're with like a team. Champion seems good for a solo player. Rest till dawn. Yeah, rest. Stupid Starfield crashing. Maybe I should just play a normal game with just the death mod. I like Gung Fu, but I don't need it. I can use Blend. It's the same thing, really. Maybe I should just scrap this hardcore character that I've spent some hours on. Cause like that sucks. Like crashing like that sucks. Like I don't know. I think it's because I looted too fast again. If I stop doing that, I'll be okay. Enough crashes and I'll remember. Okay, first thing I've got to do is dump. Okay, so is this phone flashed? Protect your sleep. So, now we will dump stuff in the next few boxes. First of all, equivalent, and then, oh no, equivalent. And then I'll just pull the stuff I want out of it, like my bullets. Yeah, that's actually way faster. I don't mind that, actually. Yeah, bullets. It's like a solo Rust in some ways. It's got enough item implementality that it's like Rust, or 7 days. I would say that Enshrouded doesn't really have the item implementality that this game does. 4 poisonous revolver cartridges. Yeah, I'm out of long rifle. Poison long rifle might be better. Do I have to make, like, I don't know, what's it cost to make? Mortar, saw, sewing, tanning, refined workbench. I want... What's preventing me from making poison? It's ingots. Oh, how many of those? Oh, ingots. I have 63 tin ingots. How do I make ingots? Can I make ingots? I have a smelt thing, don't I? Ammo box, screwed ammo box, bellows. Construction press. Crude grindstone. Simple saddle rack. Simple textile station. Refined textile station, refined workbench, refined tanning, sewing, saw. Okay, well, so on this workbench right now, it appears that before I can make... Oh, I'm sorry, refined mortar station. I need gunpowder. Ooh, ice rifle cartridges would be better, but gunpowder, sulfur. Crafted at a refined mortar station. Gunpowder. I don't see gunpowder. Okay, so apparently that comes later. So we'll just make these explosive marbles, yeah. Oh yeah, you can make like an explosive slingshot. I forgot about that. But no, I want the lightning rifle cartridges. A lot of them. Oh, those 10 ingots, yeah, so... I mean, I'm gonna need a lot of them. Yeah... That's like 300 of them, that's gonna take like 2 minutes. Lightning buckshot charges, but how much do I have of those? I have 80, so I want like, yeah, I do want like another 200 or something. We got about 3 minutes of bullet crafting going. I should get on and go loot my nightclub safe. I wonder if I can tell this to play Nightingale off of Epic. Oh yeah, if I sleep, it just ends the production, right? I sleep till dawn of the next day. Oh yeah, are you doing something in the background? It's like the razor thing. Yeah, that's cool. Razor Central or razor. So then I'm fairly sure that skips any production that you need to do. I want to set up a lodestone. Oh, some kind of lag or something. Oh no, it's Grand Theft Auto loading. Maybe saving and Grand Theft Auto at the same time is a bad idea. Ooh, beautiful. So I made a Fey Stone, a Lodestar. Lodestar 2. Nightingale, remind me how to make a Lodestar. Magical structures tab is in your build menu. Asynchronous lotus. Finding the riches at the top of rings. Yeah, so I want to avoid the long run of going to the portal. So the Pepis boxes share. Okay, let's go to the portal. Did I drop? Yeah. Did I get all of my shotgun shells? Gonna go about the business of making a lodestone at the portal. Starting to understand the game a little bit more. portal's a long way, but it's not that bad. We see that from my front door we can reach another jump pad, which is good to know. Jump pads are really helpful. Yeah, see, this is too long. I need to build like a lodestone, but that's alright. Synchronous Lotus. Carvestone, wire, lumber, and synchronous lotus. Okay. I forgot the mats. But that's okay. It's like a 2-minute flight over here. Wire, carvestone, synchronous lotus. A lodestar. What are the materials for a lodestar? Now we go back. No, that's not true. It was... That's not true. There it is. Synchronous Lotus. I don't know if I have that. Lumber, carved stone, and wire. wire. Oops. Where am I? I'm like on paint. Yeah, so it's shaft, stock, paint. What else is it? It's, I have wire now. I'm looking for synchronous lotus and carved stone and lumber. There's some lumber. Take like a few of them. Wire, lumber. Oh. Pumpkins. So right now, this gives 120, 35, and 25. So we're going to put roasted meat away. And we're going to put, like, I don't know, like some of these away. Oh no, I'm full, huh? I'm going to put, like, most of it away now. There we go, and we have a bit better of a food source. Let's go. So, we are looking for synchronous lotus. Synchronous lotus. There's... Is it stone block? No, it's carved stone. Too much now, Emma? Revolver cartridges. Carved wood, but not carved stone. I don't believe I have what I'm looking for. I'm going to drop this lumber. But we will search and make sure. Oh, wait, there's two. Ah, good. I'm going to keep them with me because they're the rare mats. So... give me, like... is it bundle of wood? No, it's carved stone. Lumber. I just put some lumber away. Where was it? Oh, damn it. I didn't think I had it, but I did. Lumber. Burlwood. Gilded lumber. Lumber, wood. There. I want, like, I don't know, 5. Lumber. Lotus. Wire. And carved stone. There's carved wood. Let's see if I can make carved stone. Mortar. Carved stone, there we go. I'll take 10 of them or something, I don't know. Okay, now we go back out again. I think I've got everything I need to make that stupid thing, and we're gonna go make it. I hope I have enough. Carved stone. I don't know, like, yeah, let's go see. I think this is enough. If not, I'll bring whatever I don't have. I do like the game. It's got more flight than Enshrouded does, kind of. Sort of. I keep coming back to it. It's hard to play every day, but it's a good game. God damn it, 2 lumber. Are you serious? Fine, I'll make the flight back. God damn it. At least I can teleport back quickly. I don't like the synchronous lotus, so you should be able to make those. I like the blimp. And I can connect 2 worlds to this, because I think there's at least 1 portal, or 2 portals here. Yeah, there's a second portal up there. I should just go do the same thing there, and I can build 2 connections to this realm at any given time. Which really makes the procedural a lot more attractive to me. Reminds me of Grand Theft Auto 5 parachuting. Ah, very good. Lodestar 3 to Lodestar 2. Oh, very good. And now I've got instantaneous travel to the next world. Which is so dope. That is so cool. And I can connect, like, at least another world if there isn't more portals. There's a portal there. There's a portal there. For some reason, I realized how powerfully, like, important those are, so I, like, recorded them in my brain. But yeah, there's 2 portals on this map. Which means 2 connections to other Fey worlds. And now I can, like, teleport to the desert world pretty much at will. Like Minecraft or whatever. I don't know. I didn't play a lot of Minecraft, but... Well, more like this game, really. What's this take? Lumber and a synchronous crude portal. There we go. So now I've got a crude portal. Oh, I can just open a portal in my realm? I can just open a portal in my realm. Cool, I can just open one in my realm or teleport to that desert one or... Yeah, or I can just keep building like cool. So Antiquarian Forest. Realm difficulty champion. 100 harvested wood. Which one's Nightingale, what's the difference between Antiquarian and Astrolabe again? Astrolabe requires 30. So I want an Astrolabe forest. There, open portal. Oh, cool. Look, so we fucked around. I've got both a desert and a forest realm to fuck around with now. This game is so cool. These guys are just chopping away. Oh, so I gotta go put stuff away, and I need to check and see if Kate's empty or not. Did you dump that loot you got? So blue things that are things that she's got equipped. Yeah. So... Transfer. Okay, will she use potions if I give them to her? Yeah. So transfer. And yeah, I guess I'll take all that stuff off of her because there's really no reason not to wear it. Transfer. Can I give this to Matthew? Can I talk to Matthew? No, I don't think I can, huh? Matthew's, like, not really real. Alright, well, let's put all that clothes away, and maybe they'll use it. I don't know. Dump all, and then I'll take the bullets. I'm starting to get tired. Gonna have some more sweet potato fries with blue cheese crumble this time. Fried fries with blue cheese crumble tonight for dinner. It's gonna be amazing. Did I get everything I need here? Yeah, I think so. So now I can go fuck around in the desert. I've got 2 whole biomes I can explore now. Boat connected to my base, so I don't have to do any flight or walking or anything like that. Let's go check out the Astrolabe Astrolabe Forest. Because I've never been to that one before. Yeah, they did a lot to make the combat seem really good. Oh good, so there's usually more mobs in this realm that's connected to my base. But if I want to go simpler, I can just jump to the desert realm now. And I feel like I got a serious move forward in Nightingale. I don't feel like I went anywhere on Starfield today because I'm playing hardcore and it fucking crashed on me. I got frustrated and come to play this. Oh, it's daytime, is it? So, yeah, open map, travel, quick travel, travel the recipe, return to Qualls. So I can always go home, you know, which is cool. Yeah, go to teleport to thingy. I forgot what time it is. I just showed up at like 1 in the morning and it's like, yeah, I don't know. They're probably not a good idea. Probably hire mobs and more problems. I'm glad I opened a portal too. It's awesome. Okay, so we've got access to 2 other biomes right at my base now, which is cool. Oh, I thought I slept till morning, but it was like nighttime in that tree realm. Just gonna do the load and see. Maybe it's nighttime in the tree realm by the time I get there. I don't know. I'm glad I bought Nightingale in the Shrouded. They ended up being like really good. How's this going? Oh yeah, that's my little hauler. That's cool. It's got escorts to just keep doing what it does, which is cool. Yeah, they're all doing their jobs now, which is good, and I'm making more money. Is it always dark? Huh. Okay, to the east, there's help a survivor construct buildings in exchange for the ability to recruit resources and resource needs. Cool, so I can recruit like another follower here. Oh, there's somebody. Ooh, creepy and new concept. This thing right here doesn't appear to. Oh wow, what the hell is it? That's not too good. Ooh, these things don't hurt me nearly as bad. Nice. And they dropped 2 tier 2 S's too. Pretty intense there. Oh, we lost. Nice try. Those fuckers. I like the combat. I like the realm. It's fucking weird. Beautiful. So this huge tower, where was that? That's there, and that's where this was. Hey, get me up, please. I know why I'm instant dead. You're so annoying. Don't knock Kate, you asshole. Fuck you. What? Oh. Fucking assholes. This is right at my front door. I can just jump to this and fight in this world. I like Nightingale. I think it should have done better than it did. I can't believe they gave it away for free. First hit. Come on, motherfucker. We're both one shot. I really think that's right. One shots. I'm just gonna keep six-shootering you until you're dead, asshole. Kill him. Aha, got you. Gotta be a spawner here somewhere. I'm gonna go look for it. I think they knocked Kate. Oh, this game feels good like Rust. It's like scary, kind of. No, just come back, come back. I like the combat in the game. It's so good. Oh no, get me out, Kate. Don't die here, no. Get out. Fuck this guy. Fuck him. Get out. Careful. Fucking asshole. Stop talking to me. Stop it. Stop it, Kate. Sunflower paint. What's at the top of the tower? I suppose you can use this as a right to fly somewhere interesting. Like I could go to the aid hut now. Which isn't bad to do, like, at the start of coming in the world. Is it always dark like this? It must be. Maybe there's a bed in the town. This is my boomstick. I like this game. I like this stupid game. I like all these games I'm playing. They're so fun. Is there more? Is there more coming? The Calcularia. Nice. Lumber. Simple saw table. We will make 6 lumber. Three minutes. Gotta remember that I have grenades. The tree fell on me? Yeah, the tree fell on me. I like that the physics are there. Why not? Pick me up, Kate. The other girl's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, fucking tree fell on me. Pick me up. I'm going to bed. Fuck it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to bed in real life, but yeah. I do need to start cooking French fries. And piss. We'll load up the lots of lumber. Lumber, paper, and pole. Poles. I like this over on Bounty. I haven't used it yet. It's actually so dope. Ah, let's go crazy chopping wood. Fuck you, trees. Quapra, quapra. Why aren't you down? Bah. Fuck you. Recast it. This is so much better than Rust. Well, I mean, it's a little bit better than Rust. It's about as cool as Rust Zombies. Look, they gave me Rust Zombies. I can just buy resources with the stuff. So, like, should I pick all these up or whatever? There's 24 bundles of wood. They'll grow back, right? I think so. What else do I need to make here? It's like this thing, sticks, plants, and oh, that thing's up. So it's a simple tanning station. Do we have anything? Yeah, meats. No, no meat or chitinous bone or felt or leather strips. And they're like, build this town. Simple smelter with stone blocks. But I mean, oh yeah. So, simple saw table. Am I really out? I'm out of lumber already? Okay, well, make a lot more. I'll go nuts on some trees again. This game's getting more and more fun as the more and more I play it, like Enshrouded. Ooh, nasty spider. Oh. I better reload. Fuck you. Cool, the spider outside town was awesome. Oops. Burn that true. I didn't have to stam. Nope.